remembered as a traitor and a tyrant.
Friends, Beast, until we slaughter you! This one is... Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now. Off you go, little beast! Away!
Nothing more to give. You hunt well. That was a great hunt, Exile. I now will fight. Far too much baggage.
baggage. I have nothing more to give. Far too much baggage.
Hello. Let me tell your fury.
Judging by the trail of us.
I have some good news.
I have nothing more to give.
You cannot stop death. Quickly.
Nothing more to give. Sleep now, little nightmare.
thousands. What's one more? The ways of law! Unway! Force of arms!
I have nothing more to give.
Strength is the law.
Hello.
Need a map? May your maps be merciful.
Super Doll. You are chasing your own tail.
You see, death just makes me stronger.
Don't try anything stupid, now.
I have nothing more to give.
I had a job to do here, and I failed it.
We'll let you smolder behind bars for a while.
I have nothing more to give.
I'd prefer peace if I had the choice, but I don't.
What a dread.
Yeah, we should solve
Finally,
this.
a brawl.
No more
Leo,
cells.
over, Leo.
You have
Where's
to
the
promise
fight
me.
giver?
I really do hate the idea of dying, but oh, go on then. Get it over with. Absolutely not. No, no! Damn you, no!
Far too much baggage.
If it's information you're after, there's no...
Some have less faith than others. They are to be. Dominus exiled me too, you know. Thought I were too soft for Templar leaders. The Templars had a habit of questioning their own, forcefully. You can't frighten me.
Thanks to your hard work.
You're not gonna send me back to the dark.
Sorry,
Not on my life.
Came to cut, to impale, to rend.
All right, planning!
Not back to the bin.
Not the lonely place again.
Just do it, you git.
Did you see that fiend?
Yes, yes.
I'd have made a little more show of it. I can appreciate a killer when I see one. You're a killer. But I think you...
No, not again. Please, not again.
Far too much baggage.
Hello.
Warm nights. Salah.
I have nothing more to give.
Let me tell your future.
Thanks to your hard work.
Glad you made it back. Stay inquisitive.
The face that stares back in the mirror is a stranger.
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
Nothing more to give.
You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be fooled. Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now. That was a hunt you will not soon forget. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Far too much baggage. Far too much baggage.
Welcome.
You are the only one who matters.
You are a prince of Humblewood. You have been captured. You will be a survivor, or you will be fooled. You have been captured.
I have have nothing more to give.
This is a fine capture.
I have
Do
nothing
not
more to give.
worry, little beast. We are friends now. An exhilarating hunt, Exile. Now, it is time for Einar to go to Einar business.
Hey, the silver leaf. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to check the chat box. But yeah, this is not a standard league. The standard. This is the Delirium League. Um, you are playing on Standard League. They say that Delirium will gonna end next month already, so I'm not really sure if I'm gonna play Standard, but yeah.
Hello.
This is Delirium.
What is this? Ew, I don't like it. This is disgusting. It's disgusting. It is disgusting.
These
Oh my god.
silver leaf.
What happened? They're the pillars.
Oh yeah, hardcore players. But it's gonna be very hard for me to play in hardcore. I tend to just buy my equipments rather than craft them myself, because I'm not really that lucky with crafting. So I think the only gear that I've crafted myself here is this one, and I think that's yeah, this one as well. I crafted these helmet. Just annulled the unnecessary thing, unnecessary mods, and replaced it with aspect of spider, and these used to have something like evasion or something, and HP as well. I've also annulled the HP, and when I slammed Exalt on it, it just gave me maximum mana, so that's really not worth it. So yeah, that's why I don't see myself as lucky crafter. So I just tend to buy my gears. Most of them I just bought it. Right now I'm I know that's why I do it, because it's dangerous. Right now I'm a bit struggling to finish the last 3 of my challenges just to get the wings. The Betrayal of Benches, I'm really trying to get it that fled into research, I think. Let me check. Oh. 40 Delirium challenges. I think it that fled must be in the research department. It that fled. Yeah. I've been struggling to get it in the
Exile.
Research, and right now she's in the fortification. Don't really know how to move her. If I don't know if I'll be given a chance to move her in the research, because research is already opened, and that is my last challenge for the Betrayal of Benches. I just need to upgrade a Breachstone, and then probably I'm struggling to do this as well. I wish I have done this when the start of the league, but I wasn't really paying attention to these challenges. And this one I needed Uber Elder. I think I'd be able to do. I don't think I can do this. Oh, I only need 40 and 9. Yeah, I think I can do one and 2, and probably this one's pretty hard for me to do because I'm a minion build and it's so hard to see the boss. So maybe this one. I really don't think I can do the Uber Elder with this build because the animated weapon are so glass build, glass chunk, and in fact I already rebuilt my animated guardian twice already because I was supposed to kill Sirius in Awakenings. What? Oh, why is this Awakening 6? It is supposed to be Awakening 7 already, but I don't know. Well, yeah. Yeah, probably because of the Watchstones. But yeah, I'm supposed to kill Sirius in the Awakening 7, and he just killed my animated guardian. So that left me no choice. By the way, there's a new face breaker build, Hollow Palm technique, using the new large notable jewel clusters. It's by Duelistry. Just saying. Find out if you can give your minions Hollow Palm. What's a Hollow Palm technique? Hollow Palm technique. Is it applicable to the minion? Count as dual wielding while you are unencumbered. 60 more attack speed while you are unencumbered. 14 to 20 added attacks physical damage per 10 dexterity while you are unencumbered. I'm not really sure if this is applicable to the minion. Is this applicable to the minion? I don't, because there's an you count as dual wielding while you are unencumbered. 60 more attack speed while you are unencumbered. How do I apply this to the minion? I mean, should I get the one with nothing and then just place it somewhere here? Maybe this one? But add Hollow Palm technique. How much is it anyway? Let's just check them. One with nothing. Cluster jewel. Yeah, but I don't think this is applicable to the to my minions. But it's unencumbered. Hollow Palm technique. Minion build. Yeah, I'm trying. Because, to be honest, I'm really struggling to scale up the DPS of these minion. Right now I'm using these cluster jewel, which gave me 3 of the Slumlord, which is 80% increased minions deal 80% increased damage, but it's not really there yet. I mean, it doesn't melt anything as fast as it can, and of course my life pool is not really that good because I've used a lot of passive points here just to get to those nodes. I'm trying to find myself a jewel that will be placed here, and just the slumlord will be these 3 or somewhere here. It's near to the passive nodes, but this one's really far, so that sacrificed my HP really hard. I mean, and I don't have that much of the jewels right at the moment. These are not really the kind of best role. I mean, yeah, I could have gotten these nodes here for the HP, but I don't have the points anymore, and I'm also using this one. So, an encumbered brawler. Oh, you mean this one? Where is it? I think this is one. This one? Well, that gonna cost me 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not really sure if I'm going to take this one because fire damage. Haven't tried this one, to be honest. So I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4. So which nodes are we going to take? I really can't take this one. Minion damage, attack speed, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here. If I ever take these nodes here and put it there. Armor. Yeah, why not? We can try it. I'm really hoping it won't it won't kill my animate guardian, because that bob there is kind of expensive already. And to the left of that is Avatar of Fire. You mean this one? $50. Deal no non-fire. Is that going to take the damage from the Void Forge as well? Well, it kind of makes sense because this will just deal fire damage, but I'm not really sure if this will also modify the modifier from the Void Forge Sword, which is a rotation from the 3 elements. So if I'm gonna take this one, I should take this one as well. So that's going to cost me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, just gonna experiment on that. No, you need Avatar of Fire as well. Ice conversion 59%. Yeah. So what do you mean ice conversion? So I'm gonna have to refund this. Just trying to experiment on this side and this side. Yeah. Is this what you mean? So I should take this part and this part. So life regeneration is applied to energy shield. Which one are you talking about? The ice conversion. You can deal damage with skills yourself. Huh. One, 2, 3. 12% increased minion damage. So if right side of a tree close to the witch Scion. You mean ice? Can't seem to find it here. Oh, what's this?
Let's finish this. I still have a lot of things to do.
The right side of the tree, close to the witch and Scion. Well, this is the witch, and
I haven't finished it. No.
lower and more right.
I want to finish this first.
You mean here? Do you know what was the lower? I don't seem to see an ice. Or maybe it is it in here? Heart of ice. That's kind of interesting because been struggling to scale up the damage from for this build. This one? Oh, nope. Modifier. Modifiers to critical strike multiplier will also apply to damage overtime modifier for ailments. Hold on a sec. I'm on the phone. Turning on my... Oh, okay. So what you mean? What you mean to say is that I needed to convert 50% of the damage to ice as well. Was that what? Hang on, maybe this part. Nope. I'm really hoping it's not in this area because Curse Concoction. Immune to chaos. We. So I'll be doing fire and ice damage instead of the lightning. Gain physical damage as 1. This sounds cool. I think this would mean more explosion on my screen. That's gonna really hurt my laptop. It's half elementalist, half necromancer. This one? Nope. Well, the ice damage. Let's just say ice damage. Can't seem to find it. This one? Nope. I think this is what you're talking about. Oh man, it's kind of... Yeah. It's kind of far already. I'm not sure what else should I give up just to be able to take these notes. If Heart of Ice is what you were talking. Well, this seems to... I don't really know if will this also scale up the minion damage? Was this what you're talking about? The Heart of Ice? Avatar of Fire, Heart of Ice, 25, 12 plus 15, 15. Yeah, that makes sense. This is 50% increase for cold damage. Yeah. If ever I'm going to take that part, shit, Ravenous Horde. Don't really know if they're... I mean, I don't really know if I can still give Summer up. I mean, these kinds of really messed up already because I've needed this. Well, although it's not really that far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Damn. So after Spiritual Aid, Righteous Army, then Avatar of Fire, then Fearsome Force, then that notable large Jubal cluster thingy. That minion instability then. Oh wait, this is my own created build, not run by the. Yeah, to be fair, I'm also trying to build these on my own. As you can see, if you can see my passives kind of mess up. That's because I'm really trying to make use of these 80% increased damage, which is there are 3 of them. So that's entirely like 240. Yeah. Well, yeah, at first I was trying to stack the Harbinger, purposeful Harbinger for this build. That's not a problem. And
Mickey, look, yummy, yummy arm. Mickey, yummy, yummy arm.
so let's say we are going to take this. So if ever I'm gonna take this node and then I'll just put a cluster jewel on it, will I be able to benefit more?
I saw the camera shaking a little bit.
Oh, so I've still got one more points left, and 1, 2.
What does that mean?
Oh my god! Increase minion HP, minion damage. I would probably just take these part here. Minion damage, so I still got 1 point. I don't think I can make it all the way up here because I don't have any more points to get all these nodes here. It's kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So let's say, let me check if I still have some of Megalomaniac. This one I was trying to build these. At first I was trying to build these animated weapon with these Herald and cult leader plus the invigorating portents, and I used to have large voices cluster jewels and just stack all these medium cluster jewels here, but it seems that it didn't scale the minion damage really. And so yeah, that's why I was able to find I bought some of these Hubris Timeless Jewel and just divine it myself, and I was able to get these by far the best that I could get with the divine orbs. And it's so unfortunate that it just goes all the way up there, which really, I mean, it didn't really wasted my points, but it's kind of really far from each other. I mean, the slumlords are really kind of far from each other. Look at this. And when in fact it should have been just these nodes here and there will be slumlords here, but I can't really hit that exact seeds to be able to get the victorious slumlord. The ice conversion build, but it's kind of expensive with Herald. That's why I gave it up, and I didn't really think that it really scaled the minion damage. I think it's kind of a bug since animated weapons coming from these chains of command is not really that regular or normal minions. That's why it's kind of annoying since it should have scaled really fast with these cluster jewels right here, but it just didn't, and that's kind of really annoying. I have invigorating portents here, and invigorating portents will give me 20% increased damage while affected by Herald, and I got the Herald of Purity, and that skill didn't affect my minion as well, because I think that only affects the minion that's coming from that skill, which is the coming from the Herald of Purity, so it didn't help with the animated minions. And yeah, look at this. I've still got the cult leader here, and well, yeah, I was trying to experiment on this build. I also tried to use this large cluster jewel and go all the way with the minion damage, but it just didn't.
Okay, now. Okay, continue.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Oh, come on, continue. I know you love Chico.
One more time.
Oh,
So yeah, so I think this one's kind of yeah. How come I didn't notice this one?
Wait, I didn't feel
So right now I'm going to 50% of physical, cold, and lightning damage converted to fire damage. Deal no none fire damage. My only question is that will this be able to synergize the Void Forge? Because Void Forge right now, my animated weapon, animate Guardian is using these weapon right here. So that's not 300% of weapon physical damage as extra damage of random element. This is really kind of 300% of weapon physical damage.
No, we're not playing. I don't like.
What was discovered was that if you unlock alternate jewels cluster and the attack, attach them with high-end hardening orbs. Yeah, that's why I wasn't really into the Herald stacking, because it's not just that it's expensive build, and I'm kind of staying away from the meta build right now. So since the kind of nerf these animated Guardian weapon build, and I was kind of planning for this build since last league, so I pushed through that only to find out that it's got nerf in terms of the visual, the number of the animated weapon. The damage percent is something like 5,000%. Was that for the Herald? Alright, sorry for that. The kid is kind of doing his home learning. And yeah, what? Let's just let's try your suggestion now. Minion explode. So I'm gonna try to take these nodes instead. 12% increased damage and put it here since I got to increase life, 10% increased damage, 12% increased damage. So I think the minion is already. Oh, so just gonna take this one instead and apply it here. 14%. So here and here, just to bump this one up again. Yeah. So I think this is the life cap for the minion. Oh no, it's not. It used to be 42,000. What's this? Steel skin. Yeah. So we're kind of staying away from these nodes. Armor. Is there any closer nodes that we can make use of the 3 armor? So these. I don't think we still have armor to grab from this side. If I ever take these part here and just add here, probably. Oh no, I badly needed 8% to all elemental resistances because right now my fire. Oh no. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's all good. Yeah. All of it's tied to Infernal Army. Yeah, it is. No. Only the animated guardian is tied to the Infernal Legion, because in this way, the animated guardian will be able to burn the worms from my flask easily and faster, so that it will keep generating the animated weapons. If not, I'd be down to 10% of 10% chance to trigger animate guardian's weapon, and that's really bad. So, yeah. Have we done this one?
Not so far away.
Yeah, I think we've already done this.
Not so far away. You're just making it worse. Closer to B.
So.
R.
Yeah, we will try this build, hoping it will work.
Why?
Where's my maps?
Not yet. We're not done yet.
Oh, I don't like this lava chamber. Colonnade, yeah, we're just gonna pop the colonnade up. Don't want to take that.
Capital C. That should be capital C.
Yeah, this should do.
Why
Take Einhar with us.
It looks like capital R.
But I haven't figured out the Chaos Resist. The Chaos Resist, you mean this one?
Big E. Make it small E.
This one? You mean this one? Chaos Inoculation?
You're making pilosopo, Prince. Ha? Pilosopo ka, ha?
Like this.
Sige.
Chaos Inoculation. That would make your life to HP to 1, and then all of it are just based based on the energy.
The cricket.
No problemo. I'd really love to take suggestions with this build, since I've been struggling to scale this one up. with myself.
That's not A.
Maybe if we can hit the 4 slumlord within the closer nodes, that probably would be
G.
good for the build. And so let's try to run.
Your torment is over.
Stupid dog, you are chasing your own tail.
I have nothing more to give.
There'll be a baptism of blood.
That's really bad.
You are captured. This one is captured. I know.
That's been really my problem with when there are explosions in the area, because my life pool will not be able to sustain it. Just gonna instantly kill me. I mean my character.
This one is captured. I now will take it. We will be best friends, please, until we slaughter you.
Yeah, there's sometimes I kind of press too hard of the wave of conviction. That's why that made me stay still there and instantly killed it. So, oh, there's one here.
There are no more worthy beasts.
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, that's... Oh. I think what you suggested kind of improves it. Because it just, unlike before, it wasn't really like that. How it melted it. Well, that's the problem. I don't really know how to check the DPS in this build. It doesn't really show up. I mean, there's no enemy weapon here. Oh, this one. There's no DPS, and I don't know how to compute it.
No! Fritz! What? We're not at the end yet.
What are?
Then? Next sentence.
Yeah, that's the reason why I don't play in hardcore. I'm not really that safe player.
What's this?
What?
Sometimes I just can't control myself and just press hard on the skill, hoping it will sunk it up, but nope.
RH. Why are you robbing? Because it's not readable.
I need to put it on.
Although this build is really challenging and it's kind of annoying, but I'm kind of enjoying it because I've been working it out. Been trying to scale its damage really. I'm still gonna probably play this build next league, hoping they will maybe buff a little bit, because right now scaling this build up is really hard. So hard to scale the damage. Oh wait, dude. But I think it really kind of scale the damage from my minions. So if I am I really want to know if these two here, I mean this one also converts, also modifies the modifier from the Void Forge. If
I have nothing more to
if it
give.
does, then am I skipping the lightning damage instead?
Not that. How?
What?
One
What is it?
word. Don't put space. One word.
Oh, right here.
No.
Right here.
Enough.
I think you could get a clear view of stats in the character's screen than in town, where it's safer. That's because my build is built around Infernal and Raging Spirits.
To see.
Goat hide. Oh, this one's nice. Let me read it again. I think you could get a clear view of stats in the character's screen when in town, where it is safer. That's because my build is. So how? Is there any way that? Oh, is there any way that I can? That's nice. Is there any way that I can check what's the DPS really for the minions?
Close. L. Sorry.
Should I just go to town or something?
Far too much baggage.
Oh, okay. So here, and then. Oh wait, let's just dispose all these garbage.
Songbird. Come on, we're on the last sentence now. It's the last sentence. Oh, come on.
Hey, Prince, come on.
I didn't say we're finished. I said 2 more sentences. This is the one and the 1 more sentence. Hey, you're crying now. You're making drama. Come on, finish it. Finish it. We're already there on the finish line.
Ailments, no,
No,
we don't
you
need
cannot
that.
play. You cannot play. You need to.
I will see you again.
Di mangguldingan. No.
So,
Huh?
hang on.
Songbird
Let me
decided
just
to try.
drop these all these stuff.
And was delighted
So,
when she sang
you
in.
see your intel on Dex time. So I should go to a town.
Songbird
This one.
decided. I know. Songbird.
How do?
Sing with her. What's the right sentence?
Sing with her.
Like hum. I want the. Let's finish with the. And now she's the hummingbird. Let's finish with that. Songbird. Try to hum. Come on.
Yeah,
try
the
to
animated
hum.
weapon doesn't really have the DPS,
Try,
although the Guardian has 36.
try to hum.
This one?
You
You
and
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 huh?
try to hum, and all her animal friends love it. And hey, where's the
Right
end?
now, the minion damage modifier. Oh, why is it? Oh, okay, because we
Come on. And
kind of remove these
Where's the
nodes here, so it's
you're not writing properly.
it should have been 650%, I guess.
All her animal friends love it.
oh
Are you talking about these stats right here? Am I looking at the same the right thing?
Animal
Yeah, I think there's the minion damage modifier is only up to 548 at the moment.
Annie N I and A
And I think that's all.
L S love
Take note that these
S.
modifier here
Where's the S?
has the slumlords already, which is 80% increased
From
damage.
that day on, she was known
That's
as
kind of
Songbird.
bigger compared to the jewels, because the jewels only where is it? The cluster jewels only has these ones, for example, the cult leader has 35% increased damage. So since I've got let's say for example I've got 5 of these, before I got 5 of these, and so that's 35 times 5 would be 175
And we're done.
with all those nodes right there. So I can only get up to 175 for the cult leader.
What's that?
And there's the invigorating presence, which is 20% increased damage. So if I have 5 of those as well, so that's going 275. This kinds of 240. So if I have 5 of these, that's kind of, well, yeah, I think these ones. The other 50% of the conversion gem.
Okay, go. Okay, enough. Right now.
You missing the other 50% is from conversion gem, lightning. I think conversion.
Wait, was that me?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I started and you finished.
You mean these? Oh no, this is penetration
B,
charges.
E. Come on, because.
C, A, U. What kind of A is that? Get rid of the line.
Which is this one. That's the problem with this build because it doesn't really show how much the Void Forge is really giving us.
That's why.
How much modifier, I mean conversion does the Void Forge really doing with 14 animated weapons with the 300% increased damage. I mean 300% conversion from physical to elemental. So
Until. Okay, go. Prince, you're squeezing Miggy's nose again. I will not fix that.
lightning.
I can never.
Come on.
Herald of Thunder. Increased cold damage, Star Weaver, increased lightning damage 25, increased mana regeneration, increased.
Hey, you might break the pencil.
You got X. What do you mean X? I would like to buy Eagle Splinter.
You're so absurd.
This one I can. Oh no. This one? No? Probably this one. Yeah, this one. Huh. What do you mean by you got X? Like a hummingbird. What? Like hummingbird.
Oh, there's mistake on your sentence.
What happened?
You forgot to write the friends. All her animal loves it. There should be animal friends.
So yeah, I think
You confused.
these two kind
because you're
of
not focused, you're just playing.
scale the damage, I think,
Mommy, you keep making fun to mommy.
rather than these ones
Mommy's
here.
trying to help you, but you're not. Serious on your work.
So since I've gotten myself here, should I give these jewel up and just go with these jewels right here? 4, 4, 4. So if ever I'm
How?
if ever I'll voices, because I just sold my voices instead. So they're selling it for 1x Altor at the moment. Oh my god. That's a mere. Oh, there's a. Oh man, that's That's so expensive to be 19 XL for just for that 5 small passives.
Sky? I want chapter 12. Mommy, I want you.
No!
I want
You're
you.
making me mad.
No!
You're not doing your assignment, your homework.
Mommy, could you hit me with the ball?
Because you're making me mad.
You know what?
See? And you're hitting me. If you make somebody mad, what will you do?
You got Xbox? There's literally no PoE console. Don't have Xbox, to be honest. I do have a PS4, but I'm not really playing it. Man, this is so expensive already. I can't afford these jewels right here, so maybe we can just grab these one. 7. So if I ever take 7, that would give me 1, 2, 3. That's 10. That's 10 passive points already. How much can we give? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So I've wasted 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 points. Should I give up these? Yeah, why not? Why not? So let's just buy ourselves one of these. 150. Do we have 150 right now? Oh man, we only got.
If you want me to stop that, you need to stop too.
So we're just gonna buy.
There's still
Pink.
one more that we missed, Chris. The Thursday handwriting.
Since you suggested this part here, I'm just gonna take these notes instead rather than these one, and maybe just go all the way this. That way I could get more HP. Because to be honest, I'm not really feeling all these notes right here. I'm just doing this just for the slumlords. But yeah.
Let's do this? No. But if we will do this tomorrow, no complaint.
Oh, no one's responding. Nobody's responding. Oh, the gem is physical to lightning, then lightning to cold. These where the ice conversion notable comes into play, then that avatar of fire node at the top converts it all to fire. So what you're saying is this gem? Oh, nope. Physical to lightning. This one. So if in that way, I'd be able to. Which one should I? This one. Physical to lightning, and then with this node here, 50% physical cold and lightning. 50% of physical cold and lightning damage converted to fire. Yeah, but first we're just gonna. Oh wait. So right now it's already been converted. So 50% and 100% with these here. Hang on, let's just try this one first. I'm just gonna use that. Right, let's. What is this? What is that? Oh, someone's there. So right now, I should not deal any.
Judging by the trail of that.
Oh, this is going to be hard. I really hate this guy. So it's like yeah, let's try this one. Let's see if it will convert all of it. Where is it?
I have nothing more to give. You are murdering innocent souls.
Can't really tell if I'm just dealing fire damage or not. Running on the wrong direction. Oh no! That was almost. melted it. What? There's two. Oh, there's 3 of them. Kill it.
I shall cast you into a pit of infinite torches.
Go away. I don't have any worms now. That did it.
Kirak sent you. You must keep him out of the Atlas. I cannot be.
Dude, I would suggest you research PoE racing. It's really big right now. Easy to do, hard to master. But if you're good, you can build subs quick. Oh, what do you mean PoE racing? Is that something like from the Twitch? I think you kind of gave me something that really scaled up my damage, bro. I mean, I wasn't able to kill that Baran before these. So if I'm going to take these nodes in right here, I might as well just convert these 20 passive nodes here into cluster jewel instead. Would you recommend that? Instead of pursuing these Slumlord right here, because if I go for this Slumlord, I will only get 240 minion damage. But if we take where is it? But if we take these one here, hang on. I think I'm getting what you're thinking. So let me just where's my Excel documents? This one. So if you're what's this? So let's say we're gonna take these node right here. Invigorating portents will be minions have 10% increased movement speed for each herald stack affecting you. Oh man, that's kind of weird. So if we take these Harbinger. Oh no, what was that? No, invigorating portents. These will give us 20% increase damage. Oh, Okay, cult leader. %. Cult leader will be 35. So we take 5 of these. I mean, or maybe 4 of these. Cult leader 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's say we've got 4 of these and 4 of that. We'll get something around 140. It's just 220 against 240. What you're doing is converting physical damage into 3 elements. Then Avatar of Fire converts all damage, including physical and physical ice and physical lightning into Avatar of Fire. So is that aside from the 300% from coming from the Void Forge? Essentially what you're doing is converting physical into 3 elements. Then Avatar of Fire converts all damage, including physical. Wait, hold up. Oh, yeah. So if these Avatar of Fire converted all our damage into so everything is fire, physical damage, cold, lightning. Oh, that certainly is the point, because right now, where is he? I think so what we have is what I have at the moment is 300% weapon physical damage as extra random. So this will be converted all the way to fire instead, rather than going through the 3 elements. That makes sense. So if we take these nodes right here, increase lightning damage, increase cold damage, are these nodes here gonna affect the minion? Because if these nodes right here were gonna affect the minion, then I would probably just convert all these passive nodes here and just convert it to these nodes here. That way I will not be able to use the Slumlord instead. Heart of Ice. So right now we have Support skills deal 11% increased lightning damage. Support skills deal 11% increased physical damage. 25% of physical damage as extra lightning damage, and support skills have 50% physical damage converted to lightning damage, and then 50% off. So all of it will be converted into 50% of it converted to physical. I mean fire. Yeah, golems are being nerfed next league. They are too good and being used too much. So since the least 15 of the major PoE YDs. Oh, okay. The same with the herald stacking. Yeah. The herald stacking would probably be getting a nerf next league. I'm kind of want to. Oh yeah, we haven't got it. Wait. So instead we got 240. 240 plus. We still got 10% from the increased damage from minion deal increased damage. $150. Why nobody's replying? Oh wait, we haven't. I think we. Not done yet with this map.
I have nothing more to give.
Oh no! $58. Wish my laptop can really handle that much explosion. It's really nice to have Rampage. guys do still got 39 more.
Your death is a mercy.
Yeah, I've seen some of my group mates. I mean, some in the Facebook groups that I am a member of, and they're showing their damage in the tooltip that is being negative since the game won't be able to calculate it already. So that's why I'm kind of staying away from Herald stacking, just because of that. It's really, I think most guys are using Herald right now.
Let me tell your future.
Before you do anything permanent, test these ideas on POV build. It's free and you can run it off your phone. Yeah, I've been trying to... Yeah, I have a POV build as well, this one. But it's just that I can't really properly configure these build with the cluster jewels, because I think the path of building does not recognize the cluster jewels yet, so I don't really know how to do it. Spark. Yeah, I've been trying to import my build here. And yeah, that's all. I don't know what to do with this. Animate weapon. It's not that, I think. Because this bit we're using it. So we're not gonna use this. Oh, I think I've already done this. No. So, animate. Oh crap! Where is the Void Forge? Add to build, and I'll just trade. To build this one's here is just unique rare body armor. I think it was just an armor. this one, Astral. Yeah, I think it was the Astral, and then add modifier. It has gain something. No, it doesn't. Gain 10%. This one. Oh, what? Oh, let's just say that. Gain 10% of extra maximum life. This should have maximum life of 110. Yeah, just 110 if I remember it correctly. I just had to build. Gloves is the Asenath. Have you been wondering how I found you? Yeah. It's only 11 AM. Yeah, I'm currently here in the UK right now, but I'm originally from the Philippines. But we're kind of here in the UK at the moment. And this one, Victorious, goat hide. I'm not really sure if I'm doing it right. So we have okay. Okay. So these are all my... What the... Why is this empty? Oh, see, it doesn't recognize the Hubris Elegant. That's really my problem with this build. I mean, with the path of building, because it doesn't recognize any Hubris. So it won't show the 80% minion damage. So even though I keep trying to replicate it in the path of building, but I just can't. I just don't know. I mean, if there's any other way, I would probably do it. But if I just can't figure how to replicate the jewels, or even the cluster jewels. Because if I remember it correctly, when I was trying to do the herald with this build, it didn't. The path of building didn't recognize the cluster jewels as well. Where is the enemy guardian weapon? Default. So this is my default, and then enemy guardian. Weapon enemy. Oh man. There's just no way I can animate guardian. How will I be able to animate guardian weapon? And it's not here. What's this? Multi-strike. Huh? Why is this being disabled? Enable molten shell. Weapon to swap. Skills. So there's nothing here. It didn't animate guardian. This is my animate guardian. So how am I gonna be able to replicate the animated weapon here? Weapon swap, steel skin. Does twin damage taken. So this is enabled, this is enabled. This is on the gloves and body armor. Ah. Thank you for the thank you for the suggestion. I can't believe I was ignoring this part of the node here. I mean, look at that. It's just a few clicks from my nodes, and I wasn't I wasn't paying attention on it. And in fact, I was using these nodes here for the cluster jewels without even thinking of these part. So I thank you for that. So my problem would be chains of command. Oh, this should be linked to each other. So body armor. New. COC. Body armor. Socketed in body armor. Enabled. So we're just gonna delete these here. These here. And these here. Aren't you trying to play softcore or the league? I would probably just cry if ever I play hardcore. I mean, to be honest, even generating the currency is really hard. So multi-strike. We got 20 and 23. We got Awakened. It's 5 and 20. And we got Ruthless. I think it's only 2020, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's Feeding Frenzy. It's 2020, I guess. Yep. Physical to lightning support. It's 20 and 23. And last but not least, awaken minion damage. Well, you can. Oh yeah, the pandemic is affecting us all. Hope you get back home soon, bro. thanks. You can build the conversion build without the cluster jewels. How? Minion. Not really good at this part of building. 523. Awaken minion damage. 523. And of course this got animate weapon, which is a level 18. Animate weapon. Why is it animate guardian? So that's what. And it's got increased damage per animated weapon. Animate weapon melee splash damage to surrounding targets. So there's the splash damage and less damage. Nah. So there we go. We got our body armor set up. Yeah, sure. I just had my coffee as well. And right now, how do I animate weapon? Is this real? 38,000. What's a minion instability? Average damage. Animate guardians. It's only 6. Is this real? He's just around 161. So how do I put 14? Configuration, enemy level, spider's web, stacks, let's say 2. Feeding frenzy, yep. Meat shield, is the enemy near you? Yep. Wave of conviction, exposure to lightning. Oh man, let's go for fire. Exposure to fire. Nearby allies, that should be 15. Tailwind, 45, onslaught, frenzy. Are you shield frozen? No. Have you killed me? Crit is lucky. Is the movie? I enjoy the risk of death. You mean in hardcore? I don't think my playstyle would suit hardcore. I mean, if you just saw me playing through the map. No, I don't really know how to use this. So are we able to take this one? Ah, so this is. So how do I edit this one? No. All right. So for example, if you take this. Wait. We're up until 121. If we remove these nodes right here, because we're not really gonna use it, so instead we are going to here and here. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4. That is exactly what will happen. Heart of Thunder. Movement speed. It's like watching a thriller but being the victim. I would probably hurt myself just by doing that. So I just can't imagine watching my like these one. I've already invested time and currency with these build. I think with how I've been able to get this far with all these build, I think I've already invested like around 50 EX, and that doesn't really made it stronger. It's just that I keep on tuning this build up, keep on trying to scale up the damage, and 50 EX is just gone for nothing. I mean, it's not really gone for nothing, but I mean, I was able to come up here, but it's not really that satisfying to watch since the minions are not really melting the mobs up. So just imagine if I play hardcore and then all these gears will just be gone in just a map. I mean, the craziest thing with these leagues that you go in the map, go for the boss, and you kill the boss. And then when you go back to the map, suddenly a normal mob will just one-shot you. That's the annoying thing, is because you've already killed the boss. You've already killed most of the elites, the rares, the uniques, and you didn't get into trouble. And then these one mobs, a normal mobs, will just one-shot you instantly. Look at this. So I was able to remove all these points from the passive nodes right here and converted it to all this one here, just the way you suggested it. 15 increased lightning damage. It's not for sale. They've been trying to buy this one. This is my the real gear. It's just that right now I'm just trying to test these null and void just for the rampage, rather than swapping my weapons with the Sinvicta and these Zorhast here. So yeah, just trying these gloves here instead of this one, but this is my main gloves. Hmm. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Ooh. 15. Ah. So I'm not gonna be right. Let's see if we can make it. We'll just... Oh, my problem is this one. Gain 20% 1 physical damage as extra lightning damage. Oh, that's fine as well, I guess. So, just gonna remove all these stuff here. Why is it 14? Why only get 14? Yeah, my problem is that I can't summon other minions other than the animated. That's the thing with the change of command, because you cannot have non-animated minions. So that's a problem. Lastly, it used to have the skitter bots, which is very essential to the build because of the buff. But right now they just nerfed it. They just removed the skitter bots when using the chains of commands. That's really annoying. What's this? Spend energy shield before. Okay. What's it is? Chill 5%. So we're just gonna go all the way to the gold, and then lightning damage penetrates 6%, 20% increased shock. Just go all the way there.
What happened? What happened? Nancy.
It's girls' things, lipstick.
Is it expensive?
No, they're
Wait.
on sale. They are $5.
Why is that my HP's just 47?
You can buy them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Buy them.
Is it because of these nodes here?
Mommy's lipstick.
Okay.
Can you buy 1 million of those? I want money to
Still
be
for one.
weight.
So
Money to be weight.
I would assume that
I like money.
these nodes here are
I want to
getting converted into
money
Avatar of Fire. So if I go here, so this 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 points. And we're just gonna remove these. Other minions can do this, but their ground speed is not as fast, and thus covering ground to do explosions on hit is not as effective from what I can see. Yeah, I guess that is. So if I'm gonna take this 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. What's this? Movement speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7 points.
This is the picture.
1, 2, 3.
What is this?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Too bad I won't be able to make it here. But yeah, let's try that one out. Although my life isn't really that great, so
Daddy. Look.
What?
This picture, I take a picture of this.
Just check if we can do this. There's no more red. Aside from, no, we're not gonna take it.
Thanks to your hard work. Thanks to your hard work.
No, I'm not really gonna take this one yet. I'm just kind of hoping I can move Eat That Flat into that safe house. In hardcore, you can't stay still. It's why Flame Dash is so meta. Notice you using that. Same with the green gem onslaught. Yeah, my favorite one was the Flame Dash. It's just that recently I was trying to use this dash instead. It's not my main travel or movement skill was the Flame Dash. I just recently started using this dash. So let's see. We're about to find out.
They're getting closer. They will find you, and they will destroy you.
I think you're kind of right, bro. I mean, oh no, that was almost. No, I really hate that when that happened. What's this? That's why I like it when I still have the facing from my watcher's eye. I just hate that when I get bumped into something. Ah, come on, go. Go. Go away, go away. I really hate that. I just don't know why I can't teleport it anymore. But yeah, I guess the damage scaled up. Oh, that's because of these ground here. That's why. Let's just remove that. Oh. Why am I... What the heck? No. Oh, there's the... What's going on? Yeah, I think we got a little bit of the DPS, but the HP is not really that great. It's been really a problem with this build. I mean, bumping up that HP. Let's do one more time. Later on, I would probably be trying out that cluster jewels. That's kind of nice. Yeah, indeed. I think we got more DPS right now compared to the Slumlord. It's just a matter of how am I gonna be able to survive the boss fight with these HP right here.
Hello.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to try it one more time. Because like I've been spending more chaos just to divine this elegant hobbies here and trying my luck to get something like 4 Slumlord, but up until now I really didn't get any. I've only been able to get 3 Slumlords. Elemental weakness. No, we're not gonna take that. Enfeeble, yeah, that's fine. Gonna take Einharvest. I'm gonna definitely check the PoE race that you said.
I have nothing more to give.
Everything you have done is only made things worse.
I'm stop. What the heck? I really hate that part. Welcome to Delirium. Toast. Nah, it's not good. You activate major notable node avatar fire. You stack element damage and effects on gear, minions, and gem nodes. Really? Thanks for letting me know. The reason why I wasn't paying attention to that node is that I didn't really know.
Little beast! Away! Oh, that was a juicy one, Exile! Go, little beast! Oh, which one is that? I know
That feels better. As I just that my HP is not good. But definitely the damage seems got better. Why can't I go there? There's one more.
An exhilarating hunt, Exile. Now, it is time for Einar to go to Einar business.
And then convert the other forms of DPS Chaos, Bleed, Shock, Ignite into physical or one of the 3 elements other than fire.
Welcome.
I didn't realize that that major notable will also affect the minion, because when I was reading about the animated weapons, it says that it should have something that it should have in the description that minions maybe Life Leech and Mind Over Matter on the skill tree. I don't think I have Life Leech with this build. Can I have Life Leech with animated weapons? If I have the option, that would be cool. That would be the best. Because aside from sustaining the number of weapons that I can have during boss fights, the HP pool is very low. That's why I get one-shotted almost all the time. If I'm not gonna move, I get one-shotted by the boss.
Welcome.
Oh, that's nice. Energy. D3.
Hello.
We can probably sell this for around 100 chaos. It's just the same with the previous ring that we sold earlier. We're just gonna put it here. 8940. 8940. How do I? Yeah, that one. So if ever I get a Life Leech, and this one is the Mind Over Matter, 30% of damage is taken from mana before life.
Daddy, look.
Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know.
Daddy,
Is this Life Leech?
Daddy, he's in space.
Energy shield. Recharge is not interrupted by damage if recharge begun recently. 50% less energy shield regenerate rate. 50 less maximum total recovery per second from energy shield. I don't have any Life Leech. Oh, this one? That's for the minion. Oh, this one. Ah, man, it's just an energy shield. Heart of Flame. Hold of Wither. Energy shield. Get some light leech here. The question is, are these gonna be considered as my physical attack if the minion's dealing the damage? That's for the minions as well. What's this? Leech energy shield instead of life. No. I should have go in this side instead. And selecting the skill effect duration nodes around the sign core of the tree and the reach as well as Templar. This might propagate explosions. Skill effect. You mean this one? And this one? Oh man, that's gonna take me 6 more. This one here? And this one? That I think about it. Stack the life leech. Where can I get a life leech? I should have gone here instead. 10% increased damage, lightning damage here, lightning damage, 15. Shock duration of the enemies. Okay, we'll just refund this instead. And go all the way here for the for the leech on energy shield.
Daddy, they want space.
Daddy,
look.
Yeah.
They want space.
Yeah, yeah. They nerfed the number of animated weapons, although they buffed the damage, but I don't know how to scale it up properly. So if I'm gonna take these nodes from here, I'm gonna need 6 skill points. I mean passive points, and I don't really know where to get those passive points from. Yeah, we got the skill effect duration here. Yeah, in fact, I've already tried using the Blade Storm. It's just that it didn't really appeal to me that much because of I don't know. Like, I was able to enchant my helmet with Blade Blast, so I was using the Blade Storm and the Blade Blast before these wave of conviction. I think I've still got the Blade Storm here. Oh. Oh, Blade Storm. Oh. What was the... I think I have that something... Ah, yeah. I was using a Blade Vortex. I did get my first... Oh. Is that how hard it is to get gears in hardcore that you only get to be able to get your tabula rasa yesterday? I mean, I've already have had around 15 tabula rasa, and I was just corrupting them. So Blade Blast. I mean, Blade Storm. Oh man, it's red. 13% more attack speed while you're in blood. Blade Storm, maximum 3 blood at the time. Sand Blade Storm can't. Oh. Yeah, I did somehow try. I think I bought Blade Storm yesterday, but it's just that I found out that I'm not gonna be able to use this because it needs to have a sword rather than the how do you call this, wand, and I'm using a wand right now, so I'm not sure where I think I've already sold it again. I can also use the ethereal knives. Oh, there is a skill node that does that in the Templar tree. What do you mean nodes that does that? So this is, I think this is the Templar, right? Oh, this one. What skill node are you talking right now? So this is the Scion. This is the Witch. I think this is the Templar. Look for skill duration effect 30% on the nodes. Yeah, I think this is the one. Skill duration. Skill duration would be... Yeah, I've already have it. Oh, how about this one? Nope. Yeah, in fact, I didn't pick it because I'm gonna need 6 passive points for these. Potency of will and the exceptional performance. Skill figuration, yeah. Yeah, I think these are the ones that you're talking about. I'm gonna need reduce mana return skills. I'm gonna need 6 points, which I really don't have. If I'm gonna lose this one,
I already eat 2. Now 4. I mean 2 more.
armor. This one. Yeah, let's. Skill effectuation. So I'm gonna need 4. 4 more. 1, 2, 3. Let's say if we take these nodes from here. And then we'll put skill effect duration, 127%. It's just that we kind of lost the Ravenous Horde. But if we gonna take these nodes from here, we're going to save up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah. We're gonna take these nodes here and put it here. Oh, rather here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 passive points. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then 1, 2. Then we're gonna refund these all the way here because we're not using this anyway. What's this? Okay, that's fine. So we are able to get 6 passive points. And we got these. We will take these. And we still got... Oh, no. We won't be able to get the mana. No. I forgot to return it. Here. $75. We still got 4. And we still got 2 more points. Increase armor. Where are we going to allocate those 2 more points? Life and mana. Should take here. Increase mana. 2 points. How about this one? Minion damage. 41. Then the Ravenous Horde would be green and 2 opalescent. And 1 green.
Greetings. Go with courage.
Ravenous Horde. Oh crap. Okay, that's still attribute. Okay, thought I'm gonna. So we still have 2 more. I think I'm just gonna invest it on. Huh. There we go. I was able to get one of it. That should give me 5. Okay. So we're back to 6-9. I think that should do it. I think that should do it, right? Yeah. So I was able to get these skill effect durations here. 6 of it. And a jewel socket. So which jewel socket are we gonna use? Same with spiritual aid. Both are in the Templar 3 spiritual command. Oh, this one. Oh, yeah. Increases and reductions to minion attack speed also affect you. So, where can I get a passive point for that? Should I take this one instead? I mean, I can take.
I mean,
1, 2, 3. That's 3 passives right there.
I mean, one.
Should I take the explosion? Arcane capacitor.
I mean, 2.
If I take these nodes, these 2 nodes here, I can reallocate it to spiritual command.
2. There's only 2 million. 2.
But yeah, we're just gonna check our chance to blind. Yeah, we're just gonna take these. Oh man, look at my resistance here. And as to light leech that in the divided between Marauder and Duelist. Arcane capacitor. Oh, this one. Increase maximum mana. Increase effective arcane search on you. I don't think I can take that node anymore. I could probably take these minions explode. Minions explode when reduced to low life, dealing 33% of their life as fire damage to surrounding enemies. And reallocate it here. Increase armor. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. Major note, iron grip. I don't seem to find it here. Oh, it's got iron reflexes. Increases physical from strength, applies to projectile attack as well as melee attacks. This is going to take 2. So yeah, we're taking these and put it here and there. Yeah, I got it. Does that mean that the animated weapons are projectiles? Let me check. Oh, someone's about to buy. It's empty. Okay. What? All right. Fauna, for the live reach, oh, you're gonna love this. Read the nose martial experience and gladiator perseverance. Martial experience. And where is it? Can't seem to find it. Oh, this one. Ten 10% increased physical damage. Each chance life. That's another 3. Where can I get another 3? I think I've already allocated all my passive points for and it's a gladiator. Yeah, this is it. That's another 6 points of passive. I'm not really sure where I can get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm gonna take this, I don't think I can take this. The physical conversion. This one? Oh, the physical conversion. You mean these ones? Or this one? Or this one? Hmm. Yeah, but I think I don't have any skill points anymore for those for the 6 points for these nodes here. Although I really want to try this. Should I remove this one here and put this here? Alright, let's just try this one. This passive here. There, and we're gonna need 3 more. Oh crap, that's 408. Energy shield. 1, 2. No, these is not going to. Yeah, I think that was it. If I'm going to take these grave intentions here. Oh, this one? Volatile explosion that... you mean this one? Minion instability. Yes, it does. Volatile explosion. What volatile explosion are you talking? This one? So that will take me 3. Oh man, I don't really know where to get these passive points now. So I can't take these as well because this is the dexterity and this one's for the minions. I have a murder archer. I've got an iron grip only. What are you talking about? The volatile explosions that's what makes your blades explode, delivering the avatar of fire damage. This one? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna need 3. So if I'm gonna take these grave intentions, I know it's gonna make my That's the problem now because I don't have the enough dexterity for it. So I'm gonna waste all these here. Or should I get the 3? Uh-huh. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. What if we're not gonna take the precision instead? And then we take these nodes here and put it here. And then just one more point. I know. Look at these. I've been stuck in this level for days already.
But you buy.
No, that was another color. This one is dark
So,
red.
oh my god, we only got 15 mana. So,
Oh, come on. Go poop.
looks like I'm gonna need more mana. Since I took all these here. What's this? So if I'm gonna take this one route here and remove this, that won't make. No, this got mana here. I can take this one. What? No. Only 15. I will not be able to use the Weave of Conviction. No, that's the problem. Because I won't be able to use the Weave of Conviction. So did you mean I'm gonna remove this for the moment? The Iron Grip. Oh, the physical to life leash conversion from martial arts. Oh, did you mean I'm gonna remove these? Because right now I don't have enough mana. If I'm gonna take this node here. Oh boy. What's this? Reduce mana cost. Oh man, it's just increase mana. So I'm gonna need 2. Where can I get 2? That is really pain. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the problem is I don't have enough mana for the Wave of Conviction already. So if I'm gonna take these one here, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, I'd be able to get 2 passive points. But I'm not gonna. Oh wait, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's still the same. So I'm not gonna be getting this node here, and instead go all the way here. Because I can't take this node either because of the dexterity.
I mean, no.
I'm gonna be able to use the skill gems. So if I am gonna remove these cluster gels here, I'll be able to go for this node and take back these.
Mrs. Powell have correction on your
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna put it back here.
Look, read.
Yeah. So again, we're gonna remove.
Wonderful story, Prince. When you're editing in a different color tomorrow, that's Friday.
Hang on, hold up.
To change some of your words to past tense, like does it.
1, 2.
Remember the does it.
Oh yeah.
1, 2.
Not yet done. Try loves.
I'm gonna need
Also,
to.
when you read it back, you will see that you missed a word. You missed a word out in one of your sentences.
Then refund these.
What happened? What do we miss the word?
Let's review it tomorrow.
Right there.
Say she said
And then
tomorrow. See?
put it
When
back
you're
here.
editing a different color tomorrow.
Oh man, I'm still gonna. Oh, I think that's fine. I wouldn't be able to use the precision. I'm gonna need these. Yeah. But I just borrowed the points from here so that I can remove this one. So if I'm gonna remove these, refund, and this one as well, I'll be able to take these and yeah, still got one more points. Because I'll remove these minion damage. What's this? Increase maximum mana. What's this? So I still have one more points to. Oh, this one. I'll just take this one instead. Good. I think I'll be able to use the. There you go. Oh, that's it. Turn it back. Woo! That was kind of pain. Although I'm only gonna take these nodes here because I don't have enough points, so I'm gonna grind for the three more points. Oh man, look at my HP. And how about my... Oh crap. It's not going good. Okay, let's just take... Let's just... Eldritch Battery, what's that? Eldritch Battery. Is it a notable as well? Oh, this one? Spend energy shield before mana for a skill cost. Energy shield protects mana instead of life. 50 less energy shield recharge rate. Oof. Yeah, I think I'm still gonna need a wave of conviction so that I could get the debuff. It's like 25%. It's got 25 minus 25% elemental resistance from the highest. So if I'm gonna hit them hard with the fire, ooh, is that how it is? So it's not gonna affect the damage from the minions? It's not a minion, and your build conveys damage and survivability to your minions. So what skill are you gonna suggest? Should I use the blade vortex instead? I thought that by using Wave of Conviction, I'll be able to expose negative 25, and then the minion will do the rest. Yeah, it's here. I'm gonna need 3 more points for that. So don't really know where to get 3 more points. Yeah, this is the Eldritch battery. This would be nice if we get this Eldritch battery and then Mind over Matter. I think this is a good combo. But the problem is I don't have enough passive points for that anymore. Because if I'm gonna take these... Oh no. Increase maximum mana, increase mana recovery from flask, reduce mana flask check. Because if I take these, I'm not sure how much HP will... Oh man, that's already 39,000. That's not looking good. So if I'm gonna remove the Grave Intentions, that's probably not looking good for the Guardian anymore. But anyway, yeah, maybe we're just gonna grind 3 more passive points. But let's try this build, and let's just hope for the best. Shrine. Okay, we'll just take Shrine. Hexproof. Yeah, I guess that should... Oh man. 6-9. I think I've already done this, okay. We don't have... So we were still able to get the precision. Oh man, I just remember I really hate this map. I hate map with doors.
Why don't you lay down your weapons and talk it over?
Sleep now, little nightmare. I have nothing more to give.
Where are we going? I'm trapped. No, 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 no. To be honest, I kind of like it. I just hated the map. Bro, you're right. I think the damage is really scaling up with those trees, with those nodes that we got just got. I knew it. Staying too long. How does Malevolence work, by the way? Because right now I'm using Malevolence. It's the only thing that I thought that would make a good synergy with the animated weapons because of the skill effect duration. Infernal Army Bladefall. Yeah, Bladefall. Yeah, I do have Bladefall. Let me try that after this one.
I have nothing more to give.
Ouch. Where is Spidey? Oh, why am I stopped?
Enough of this. Enough of this.
Ah, still failed. I really hate this challenge. Still failed. Venom Gyre. Haven't used that skill yet. I really hate these challenge. So if we're gonna Bladeful, this one. Where's my Bladeful? Where did it put it? So if I'm gonna take Bladeful, that
let me tell your future.
Venom Gyre. Ah. Oh, that's nice. It's just it's not. Let me think about that later. So what's a Venom Gyre? Venom Gyre. So I'm gonna use Infernal Army? Venom Gyre. Keys damage. Returning projectiles deal 75 less damage. Returning projectiles pierce all targets. Can catch up to 30 returning projectiles. Yeah, why not? Let's just try. It's not bad. Inferno. So I already got a Bladeful and Infernal Army. Oh, how much is he selling it? So how are we gonna do this? Infernal Army. I can't seem to find the Infernal Army. I can only find Infernal Legion. I don't. There's no Infernal Army, but dash second wind. So just gonna remove the dash and just this one. What's this? Projectile Chaos. Flame dash. So, how about the blade fall? Oh, the venom gyre. Skill can't use. Oh crap. I think I can't use the venom gyre because it requires a dagger or a claw. Hold on. I do have a dagger here. I mean a claw here, but
Okay, guys. What?
did you mean Infernal Legion? Infernal Army gem. I can't seem to find the Infernal Army. Infernal. Yeah, I can't seem to find any gem that is Infernal Army. Stop. PoE. What's an Infernal Army? Infernal Legion? Oh. Ah, did you mean the Infernal Legion? But I can't seem to use the Venom Gyre because it requires dagger or a claw. So I'm only gonna be able to use the Bladefall. Second wind, does this supports Bladefall? Unfortunately, it's not gonna support it. Flame dash. Infernal Army gem and minion instability. So you mean to say I will have to add Infernal. I think I've already had it.
What is that?
No, I only got one Infernal Legion. Wait, hold up. Did you mean that I should put an Infernal Legion on the animated weapons? Because if I'll do that, then it'll gonna burn the animated weapons. Flame dash. So if we are going to use the Bladefall, then we are gonna need to have precision, complication, the faster. Oh yeah. I do have the Infernal Legion already, but that is attached to the Animated Guardian, so that the Animated Guardian will be able to burn the worms. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to generate more animated weapons if Unleash, Blasphemy, and animated weapon. Spell Echo. This will support Bladefall. Oh, so I'm gonna need... Yeah, Infernal Legion will burn my animate weapons. Wait, do we have boots that has already got?
We got this base. Oh,
I don't have the boots.
what did you delete it? Get rid of the car.
Oh crap! Oh man, that's so bad.
I made this.
I need 1 green, 3 blue, 3 blue.
There's an elevator.
This is going bad.
What is this? And why there's a wire? This is
Oh,
an
come
elevator.
on.
Oh.
Oh come on! Oh crap! That's so bad.
Can you go down in the elevator? I think. Last time I go through. Yeah. What? He fell down. That's why I go through. I go through.
We're just gonna need more chromatics again.
Oh! We got running out of.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not gonna be able to use the Venom Gyre.
So we already died.
How much did I sold the other one? Yeah, I just sold it. So for 100 gas.
Oh my. That was so cool.
The Infernal Legion minions from supported skills have 40% of their maximum life as fire damage per second. Minions from supported skills take 23% reduced fire damage. Minions from supported skills deal 1483 fire damage per second to enemies near them. Minions from supported skills have +5 to radius of their burning effect. But I think that's gonna kill the animated weapon instead. And I'm not sure if I still have. Alright, hang on. Let's just. And why the martial experience and gladiator experience are important is for the physical conversion to life leech. Remember, we convert physical damage to fire, so every time a minion explodes, that 30%. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I get that, but my problem would be, am I gonna be able to sustain them? Animated weapons.
Those are doors. Those are doors, you silly. If you press the button, you're ready.
That makes sense.
Look.
So, yep. Hang on.
That's not a door.
So that means
It's not a door.
I'm gonna have to buy another Infernal Legion. But it's not that expensive anyway. So are you still gonna make me use the Venom guy? Because I can't seem to use it without the claw or the dagger. So, I'm gonna replace the feeding frenzy instead. And you can animate weapon.
Go back to your couch.
Did you mean Venom guy or the? I think what you were. Oh, the problem is I'm not the one. My animate weapon is not a self cast. It's going to be coming from the chains of command instead. And I think it's you're not. I think you're talking about the Blade Vortex, which I already have it here. Yeah. This I've already tried this build, but it doesn't work with the chains of command, because chains of command has to be the one generating the animate weapons. That's how I get the Void Forge instead. Because other than that, wait. I would probably do that if I'm gonna lose this Guardian here. That would mean if I do them the self-cast animate weapon, then I would probably go that way, that route. But since this build is mainly on the chains of command, which will auto cast animate weapon, that's going to be probably my problem with sustaining the animate weapons. Why is nobody's answering? Oh, I still got. You need it.
So. Whoa! A dead? Are you alive?
Oh man, nobody's responding.
Whoa! Give me more blood. Give me my money. Give me the money. Give me the money. Give me the money. Give me. Oh my God, Mickey!
Right.
Dude, that guy was so creepy. Do you saw the eye?
I'm gonna try that one as soon as I get these
It's black. He don't have eyes. How can he see?
socket colors. Oh, thank you. How much? Much Dandelion. 56.
Oh wait, I feel so.
Where is it?
It was a.
I'm about to find that out as soon as I get the right colors.
So I found a car. So I found a car. So this is a car. It already has 3 seats. It has 3 seats. I need to make a punching
No, I can't use any totems or any other
No!
casted minions because it needs to be an animated.
From the Pookie. From the... What? How do you know that?
At least one green. At least one green. We'll start with the one green first. Oh man, that's a bad idea. Just 2 blue. There you go. The change of command will not allow you to animate anything, or will not allow you to have non-animated minions. Second wind, Venom Gyre,
Are you serious? They're kind of annoying.
Elemental Army. So yep. Let's see. See, they're dying. Ooh. Blast mine. There you go. They just exploded. Blast mine. How much is a blast mine? Storm blast? How much is it? It's not that expensive as well. Mine spell. Draws a mine that deals damage in the area when detonated. Mine applies.
I didn't mean it to.
So how are we going to combo this one up?
Wait, that was me.
Is this gonna use the blade fall?
Okay, bye, Vicky. So, what should we do?
So we're gonna throw blast mines in the area, and then the blast mine will throw the blade fall. Is that how are you gonna use that?
Daddy, look.
Hang on.
Daddy.
Yeah.
I made a punching bag.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah, I can see it from here. Courtyard, Necropolis. Which map is the open area map? Terrace. No, we don't want a terrace. Park. Yeah, we're just gonna try the park instead. Could you use that to cast on the hit animate weapon? Could you use that to cast on hit? What do you mean cast on hit the animate weapon? Oh, like second wind support. You mean cast on hit the animate weapon? I don't think I can put it on my chains of command, because if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna lose some of the skills here. Right now I'm using multi-strike, awakened elemental damage on with attacks, Infernal Legion as you say, and ruthless physical to lightning support, and awakened minion damage.
What is this? Ow, 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 it hurts, it hurts. Ow. That's so funny. What did I make?
Hang on, let's just try this setup. We humanoids. No, can't. Lightning. Oh my god, it's why it has to be lightning. I think that's fine. Lightning is fine.
Thanks to your hard work.
I'll just have to wait for it to go to that research department. We're about to find out.
You will die alone and afraid.
I have nothing more to give.
Oh no!
Why do you use a flying baby?
Oh yeah, I remember now. Oh, what?
Why do you use a flying baby?
Why am I here?
Use my flying baby. It's on fire.
The one reason that I hated Bladefall is it has performance issue. It really lags really bad in my laptop. Ooh, look at that. That's one reason why I was just using the wave of conviction. Oh, there's a boss here. Oh man, it's hard to sustain it. Yeah.
I think that didn't work.
Where's that coming from? Oh, here. Yeah, it's so hard to maintain the weapons this way. I think this is not gonna work with the boss fights because I'm not gonna be able to sustain the animate weapon.
I have nothing more to give.
Although I think the blade fall does better damage than the wave of conviction, to be honest. Yeah, cast on hit animate weapon. I can do that, but I'm not gonna be able to use the animate guardian's weapon. The problem with that is that the animate weapon, the animate weapons are just glass chunks, and it will melt easily with boss fights. I did that build before I went full change of command, and I just shifted to change of command since blade fall is really lagging so bad in my laptop. You need the explosion of minions. Hang on, let's do it again.
Welcome.
Or do you delete it all? I got it right here. Oh.
The extra for the outdoor fire conversions. Where is it? Okay. So if I'm gonna retain these setups, I'm just thinking how am I gonna be able to sustain it when during boss fights, because I'm not gonna be able to generate more weapons based from the chains of command. I think that's one challenge for these build.
How can we let it on fire? Use my fire. I think it doesn't work because the wood will just explode. There we go. That's a big explosion.
Everyone you trust has been replaced by illusions. They are trying to get to you.
Oof, what?
You're just moving. Whoa. This is fire.
No, what? Stop.
I have nothing more to give.
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to maintain it. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to maintain the weapons. See, I only got 2 to 4 2 weapons, 3 weapons. But if I'm gonna take this one, I think that's better, but I mean the explosions are good, but it's just that I'm not sustaining the weapons.
nothing more to give. That felt disturbingly good.
Oh my god. That confused me.
Let me tell you.
We get a map.
Picture. Shot. Bye.
So we only got 4 or 5. Oh. Okay. 6, 9, and 4, 7. Okay.
Time is a veil. You exist in the singular eternity.
I have nothing more to give.
What the heck? So I'm not gonna be able to kill it.
What is mommy making?
nothing more to give.
Hello.
I would probably try that build if I'm not gonna use the change of command. But right now I think this will not work if I'm using the change of command. Let's see if I got another. If I'm gonna use this, what's this? Hang on.
Just delete him. Just an inch.
Cast on damage taken. Mm-hmm. Cast on melee kill, cast Winston. So if I'm gonna use this one instead. Multi-strike.
That is so.
Infernal Legion, so I'm not gonna be able to use the
Daddy, look at this I made.
minion damage.
Daddy, look at this I made. Look at his mouth. It's so big.
Blood offering. Shoots. What's a blood offering? So we're not gonna do that. See if we're gonna do that. Minion damage.
What is it? Oh god. Oh god.
I think we're not gonna do the enemy guardian instead. try that one out.
What happens I do like this? What happens?
They are out to get you.
So clunky. How can I cast that animate weapon? Oh, hang on. Almost.
I-power up ragod anong laptop, be.